Alright, hey there, E here, and the late we are back with more Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, where last time we continued dealing with the Genestealer rebellion on our ship, fought our way from the lower decks up to our bridge, dealing with all the little groups trying to stop us, found what would appear to be the source, the actual source of the Genestealer infection. A rather tough enemy. Ooh. Family secret. You discovered the identity of the Watcher of Lethus. Did we? Okay, apparently that achievement popped up. So, yeah, had this whole tough battle here on the bridge. Took a few tries, but eventually managed to deal with it. Yeah, that was a very tough fight. Had to reorganize our party a bit.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treaties on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every
Yeah, initially we were traveling with a few other people, I forget who, but we had to switch out and bring in Abelard and Cassia into this whole thing. And thanks to them, we were finally able to defeat the big genestealer. Forget what it was called, but it was very big and very difficult. Yeah, it's also controlling, well, most of the people on ship. Except for Monteg. Yeah, it turned out he was a true believer of the genestealers and had been, well, his whole family had been working for them. Well, very much since since his whole family clan had arrived onto the ship. So a very indoctrinated group. Tried to negotiate the freedom of his people, but nope, considering how difficult the genestealers can be to remove. Decided not to, and then he blew themselves, well, all of his people blew themselves up. So at this point, I do believe we're just dealing with the aftermath of this. Yeah, just taking control of the throne and I guess reasserting Gamma's authority over everything. Then once that's done, we can continue our way to Euphrates 2 and deal with the Lord Inquisitor's request, unless the remaining retinue who still have their companion quest to do decide to speak up. At which point then we'll be doing those. Yeah, of those, yeah, we still have Argenta's, Cassia's, Pascal's, and Ulfar, I think. Otherwise, then, yeah, I think we are done with the majority of our companions. But yeah, it's either going to be companion quests or Euphrates 2 stuff today. Alright, so let's move this on. The chair is turned the wrong way. To all officers and crew members who have remained faithful to the vows of service, the ship is ours, glory to the Von Valances dynasty. It would have much more impact if that was voiced. Yeah, we're looking forward to the Inquisitor game. Hopefully what I read about it was right and that there is going to be more voice acting. Okay, cleaned up nicely. I thought we had a bunch of level ups to take care of. Guess not. Also, yeah, did they patch this? I don't remember if I was reading it right that there was a recent patch or if it came out after last time we played or before. Yeah, because I don't remember seeing this get an update since then. I could have missed it. But one of the things I saw that people were complaining about was that Kibellah got quite a bit of a nerf. So, something we shall have to see. Three sorrowful phalanges. Oh, and that was apparently part of it. So, is it done or not?
To what do I owe this visit?
No, still nothing new with the Heinrichs. Jocasta, what about you? After this whole mess. Yeah, part of the reason why we were to see the ship was because of her... the way she handles things. So... wonder what sort of comments she's going to make. Though, something to say about Starback is that even if they don't like the people that they serve, they are very loyal. No. Oh, hey, opinion. I would not dare form opinions about your ladyship. That'd be unforgivably brazen of me. My duty is to serve and not evaluate. Aww. Scorpius, Nomos, what about you? Nope. Kibellah, what about you, since the Bloodspun Web were very instrumental in identifying this whole thing?
Take heed, Nemo. Our blessed Domit.
No.
Elantark?
Well, that was a little bit disappointing. Hey, our little resident from the crew is still here. Okay, I guess that is it then. Oh, Raver. Yeah, he got mind controlled in this whole thing. Fiery Reckoning. I've heard the name and that much I'm sure, but I can't recall the details. I wonder if that was part of the operation that the late Mort was put in charge of. If it was, and then there's nothing I can tell you, Lord Captain. The whole thing was kept under wraps, and your best chance would be to talk to High Factotum. Maybe some of his treasury records have mentions of this fire reckoning. Okay, so that was something else. And empty spots.
Let us raise our cups at Fator. Fenrir.
Yeah, so really no follow-up to all this. Okay, and he's back to duty now. Alright then. Maybe something will pop up once we start getting underway. Right, and we're supposed to be heading over here. Lord Captain, an urgent report from the servants of Down Messiah. I've actually located a second message on the House Cellular data slate. Oh yeah, that was the thing. Hidden in the shadow of the first one, as soon as it happened, the machine spirit rebelled and started devouring the decrypted data. The outclass of the machine cults The cult mechanicus are performing rites to appease it and slow down the process of annihilation. What should we do? This will not end well. Destroy the data slate. Display the message. The comm beat echoes with furious clicking of Victus's augmented fingers. A few months later, the bit screen of your calculator shows the recording of through a wall static. Navigator Elena, rogue traitor. Lady Navigator Elena, the one who staged an attempt to assassinate Cassia right in your palace, politely smiles at you from the vid screen. I had no doubt that your servants would find my trace. They are far cleverer than the ones employed by the great regent of House Orselio. She does not bother to hide the venomous disdain in her last few words. I feel extremely awkward that our first encounter took place under such unfortunate circumstances. Truth be told, I saw a worthy person behind the lofty title only after fate put me on the death's precipice. You hesitate to end my life despite holding it in your hands. Your noble deed gave me enough food for thought. Despite everything that transpired, I still believe we may become loyal allies to one another. Yeah, we did spare her. Is she gonna make us regret our choice? I presume you already know that House Orselio will be holding a grand council in the depths of that accursed atlas very soon. And we cannot ignore the call, for we are bound to it against our will. But if against the Lady Cassia to reject the atlas and break the centuries-old shackles binding our houses, we could turn over a new page. Having said that, I will accept a different outcome. Should the child die, I'm not going to shed any tears. Alright, so either free them or kill Cassia. I will accept any choice, rogue trader. My people have nothing to lose, but you could benefit from our friendship. There are mysterious shadows dancing in Lady Elena's eyes. There lies an emerald in the rays of Martinius, my gift to you for sparing my life. Head through the storms and torments. Let's and advice for then. The vid recording cuts short and you hear the Voxmaster's voice in your comm beat. I am very sorry, Lord Captain. The servers of the Omnissiah could no longer restrain the machine's spirit's hunger. I hope you are able to see the vid message through to the end. Something else? From Danrok. Janris Danrok. Lord Captain, I have made an important discovery. When you destroyed the creature the muse called the Sire, that's what it was called, the Sire, I felt it was my duty to investigate how the abomination had found its way onto our ship, digging through the old inventories and archives of trade transactions. I latched onto a single name, Finger of Sorrow. More than 2 centuries ago, the drifting hulk of this vessel was discovered by Lady Theodora's predecessor. It was a lost merchant ship with a hold full of cargo. I was reminded of the 3 sorrowful phalanges mentioned by the twisted creatures. I dare theorize that this image harkens back to the name of the ship woven into the heretic's beliefs. A third of the goods taken from the Finger of Sorrow were sold to the Drusian mission on footfall for the needs of colonization arc, the wasteland wayfarer, bound for the world of Jesavon. A third was taken to Hive Scipion 84249 on Nargonis, where a mutiny broke out later, and the final third was left on the flagship. Surely you can see where I'm going with this. Centuries later, a cult of mutants emerged in every single location the shipments were delivered to. Yes, so are you telling me that the Von Lanzis dynasty has been transporting genetic aberrations across the expanse? We should locate the wreck and investigate it. Ooh. Something they're best forgotten. What do you think these 3 sorrowful phalanges represent? Oh, obviously parts of the Tyranid hive mind. Minor bits. But yeah, I should probably investigate where they came from. They derived the expanse from somewhere in the Kibellah sector. More precise information may be contained in the dead vessel's log, but I do not have it in my possession. Fair enough. And then I guess we're just gonna go through the order of these. What do you think the three historical phalanges represent? I assume they symbolize the three branches of the cult: the Nourishers, the Ravenous Star, and the unnamed cult from Scipion. They said pray to the Emperor that there are only three. Yes, good prayer. Oh, we still haven't found the large creature that may have escaped on Dargonis. So they may eventually have to deal with another outbreak later on. So, are you telling me that the Von Valence dynasty has been transporting genetic aberrations across the expanse? Purely out of ignorance. The creatures probably lurked in the cargo and no one discovered them. Or perhaps, we know these things can't take over minds. They could have dominated anyone who stumbled upon their nest. That is also true. Yeah, dominated them until they could find a more secure place to start fully controlling people. Something the best of us forgotten? No. Locate the wreck and investigate it. The coordinates have already been entered into the logbook, your ladyship. Okay, we're going on a trip. Now, Captain President's request is required by members of your retinue, and I believe they will not accept a refusal. Oh, joy. Kibellah brings a hand to her face before beginning to speak. Dome and Gamma, the road splits and branches, giving birth to many new trails. You cannot walk them all. Torn as you may be, you cannot cut yourself into places. Stop and choose which thread is yours, for there can be only one. Kibellah's stare was like it could burn right through you. Dome and Gamma. One cannot share the soul with many. A choice must be made. Erlit, I do not understand, Elantok. Must I truly partake in such a base ritual? The dishonorably of our bond is not something that can be put into words, and certainly not something that demands proof or explanation. Erlit brings her hands together in an elaborate gesture and turns away. You can see that she is still warily observing your reaction. Oh, romance choice. Oh no, this is something. What's the point of choosing? Can we all come to an agreement that is to everyone's satisfaction? Yeah, sure. Monopolize? Do not insult yourself with such words. Erlit recoils, her lips curling slightly. I told you that I'm not interested in your base passions, and you assured me that you were not driven by them. If a harmony of souls is not what your mind and heart desire, Elantok, then it's time to accept the truth. There's no shame in changing the path that you have chosen. The only foolish thing one can do is run along the same path in the opposite direction. Boo. I don't want to go with... Yeah, to go with either Kibellah or Erlit. Oh, I wouldn't then if we had accepted Jai's advances, we could have had three people here. Oh, that would have been something. Oh, then probably could have had Solomorn and Heinrichs too, I think. Well, that would have been quite a little meeting. But still, though. Yeah, first time around, the Erlit romance bugged, so I never got to see that one. And then, however, though, with Kibellah, Yeah, I was honestly more expecting to end up on her path, though. Or that just turned them both down. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Earlet one. Because that was the one I was trying to do initially. Plus, we did kind of break her soul stone. Be kind of irresponsible then to just ditch her. Fleeting smile softens Earlet's austere expression. She nods wordlessly, for kindred souls do not need words to understand each other's thoughts and feelings. No emotion shows in Kibella's expression. She inclines her head as if she were receiving a perfectly agreeable order. The words of the tenant will never again trouble you, Domin Gamma. Alright. So, rather safe ending, maybe. And anyways, later drew card Xenos, one of the trophies taken from the bodies of the enemies during the defense of Dragonis. Even in death, the Sire continues to watch your every step. Head of the Generic Abomination serves as a bitter reminder that a great many of humanity's enemies are hiding within the ranks of his allies. Yeah, so we did mount his head. Oh, the mask of the prophet from Reckon Menoras. Nice trophies. But yeah, as I was saying, we pretty much have that exit save from just right before this. So if I want, I could easily replay this. So Erlich, what are you gonna say now? Those two are probably the safest options to break up with. Both are very in control of themselves. And very restrained.
Heed, Nemo. Our blessed mate.
Though maybe too restrained.
Elantark, I trust your journeys were fruitful.
So, still unworthy?
This wound is still bleeding. But you may ask your questions. I will answer to the best of my ability.
Okay, so not unworthy. Yeah, about the spirit stones.
You are talking about something you cannot comprehend, Elantark. Waystones are not mere trinkets worn by my people. They are something greater. From birth into the last breath, the spirit stone belongs only to its owner, serving as an ever-present reminder that we are mortal. For it is the first refuge of the mind and the last refuge of the soul, which Cylon Thresh is so eager to devour.
So a nice little thing here. Precious psycho-reactive crystals, worn by living Assyriani as a means of sanctuary against the predations of Slaanesh. Being as waystones whose purpose is to capture the wearer's soul at the moment of death, thus becoming spirit stones.
The souls of the children of Assyrian move into the stones after death, and then they become a part of the Infinity Circuit on a craft world, so they can serve their people even when the body is gone. There is no crime more despicable than harming a waystone and dooming the immortal soul of a child of Assyrian to an eternity of torment in the maw of she who thirsts.
So yeah, because of what we did, she is doomed to that.
We need waystones as desperately as darkness needs starlight. and monkey need air. And so we are bound to wander the galaxy in search of the old worlds that might give another craft world hope for existence. Each monkey's heart is one of your lives. Each waystone is the preserved soul of a child of Asurian.
Okay, looks like we got everything we needed. Or asked everything we could. But still though, no response from her as to how to fix her situation.
The memory of Monkey is just as fleeting as your span of life. Your predecessor infused Cruderach with corruption too strong even for the ancestors of the Infinity Circuit to repel. And while the dying world thrashed in its agony, the Dark Cousins captured the fleeing children of Asurian, looking for Seers to fuel the Homunculus's insane experiment. As you wish, Elantark.
Okay, about her kin.
This wound is still bleeding.
No, okay.
As you wish, Elantark. What do you wish to talk about?
Yeah, not a whole lot left undiscussed.
I followed my path. Do you know what a path is to the children of Asurian? It is more than a chosen, what do you call it, craft. The path is how each of us moves through the labyrinth of existence, inside and out, in life and in spirit. It is both a journey and a fortress. It protects us from she who thirsts. To stray from the path is to fall into her dark embrace. The first path I walked was the path of awakening. It granted me the ability not merely to look, but to see, and to take notice of what I saw. My second path could have been that of a warrior, but I chose differently. For the ability to see called me beyond the boundaries of my homeworld. Though not everyone was pleased by this decision, I stepped onto the path of the outcast. I gained the freedom to choose, to question, to doubt where the others merely bow before the wisdom of a farseer who dictates the will of destiny. And I will follow my path until I reach its pinnacle. The words of truth sound
Alright, that's
like...
pretty much everything for her.
Take heed,
Yeah, and then
Nemo.
Kibellah, we already got everything from her.
May the
I feel like they could have made it work. Alright, so where is that world? Yeah, we have Cassia's quest to do and that thing with the ship. Omicron. Oh, but the thing about Cassia... No, it wasn't actually part of her quest, it was just a treasure. That one looks like the update did clear out a whole bunch of the rumors. At least most of them. Yeah, it should be around here. And that's the factotum. I think Victus' stuff was first. And that's where we got the information. Yeah, Emerald in the rays of Artianus. Oh, Omicron. Really, down here. Okay. Now, Martianus, is that a system or a world? Be more of a problem if it was a world. Yeah, it might be a world. Oh, says how you access the cargo. Okay, ship is in pretty good condition. Ocean World? Let's see, what did it say what the type of world it was? Did not say. Head through the storms and torrents, something. Oh, that's a proper name. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's gonna be appearing. And not in alphabetical order. Martinius, where are you? Probably not a gas giant. Is it going to be in our cellular system? Should be a separate system. Oh, Stars of Martinius, this one. Leave this. Which was somewhere around here. Look at this. Which one was our world? No, we had a mission there. Which one? There it is. Okay, so all the way up here is just not marked. Yeah, we'll have to go back up to Darkonus. Jocasta, permission to report, Lord Captain. Sarback's voice is resonant. Mistress Kibellah has been apprehended by enforcers at the scene of a crime. Eyewitnesses saw her assault and kill the esteemed Corrosion Majoris. She has confessed to the murder. Penalty for murdering a senior officer is death. However, given Mistress Kibellah's honorable service and her special status, I dare not proceed without your permission. She is incarcerated and awaiting your judgment. Let me know when you're ready to hear her case. Okay, we're gonna have to deal with this. Death has whispered her name. Tech priest report. A brief malfunction in the Guild field generator left the vessel exposed to the warp. According to the first report, something did manage to get to the ship. Okay. I think we send patrol, it's just going to die, so just isolate it. Okay, so first, deal with this thing with Kibellah. We need her alive. Alright, so bring Kibellah want to know what drove her to murder. Let justice be done. Wow, she took up the breakup much worse than I thought she did. Alright, Jocasta. Lord Captain, a murder has been committed on the ship. The victim is one Letard Furious Corrosion Majoris. Perpetrator was apprehended at the scene of the crime, admitted her guilt, and did not resist arrest. Kibellah, she appears cold and apathetic. Her unblinking eyes stare vacantly, her expression odd. Jocasta. The Furious clan invoked a ship's tradition and summoned a requisicator to testify on behalf of the deceased. Late Letard Furious. The masked man bows stiffly and decorously. How do you feel, Kibellah? I am fine. She turns her face towards you slightly. Whisper escapes her lips. This is just hollow ceremony. Pointless. Alright. Requisicator. Explain. When there is no one to speak for a deceased person in court, the representative is entitled to seek assistance from a member of the Requisicator Guild. The duty is to know and remember each and every person on the ship so that they can defend the interests of the deceased and represent them in court. That is impressive. So basically a public defender. They study the victim's entire life history to gain the most detailed impression of their personality, deeds, and aspirations. The guild was founded by one of your distant ancestors, and to my knowledge, the Requisicators only exist on our glorious flagship. Hey, standing NPC. Let's see how we notice these. Tell me, Requisicator. Requisicator. What did Furious like and dislike about his work? Furious, the masked head lowers and the man strokes his chin contemplatively. He was fascinated by diseases, injuries, pathogens, complications. The part he disliked was the patients. They would not let him concentrate on that which was killing them. Interesting. Might have been overly fascinated. Yeah, considering the past section of the Bloodstone Web, they may have legitimate reason to get rid of him. So, why is the Quizzicator speaking for the Lake Forest? Does man not have a family? Well, considering from how he's acting, or what the Forest just said, probably not. The clan to which this belonged are wary of bringing accusations against older captains and companion, and this seemed Letard never made any courageous friends in his life, having always preferred his work to the company of others. Alright, so just unload her. It's about the circumstances of the murder. Eyewitness accounts didn't give us much. The deceased and the murderer had a brief conversation, following which Mr. Kibellah, the head of the Corrigan Majoris. The witnesses did not overhear any details of the conversation. Is it true you killed him? Let's hear from the victim's representative. Heard enough. Well, obviously she did it. Yes, neither Corrigan's death nor her own impending punishment seemed to trouble her. Her pensive gaze wanders around the bridge. It was me. Why did you do it? You have violated the prohibition on killing that issued to the Bloodstone Web. Let's hear from the victim's representative. Yeah, they did violate the prohibition. But first off, why? They have violated the prohibition many times, actually. The heartless man took on a burden that was not his to bear. His duty was to heal, but instead he sent people to the Undying One, people whose time had not yet come. He was cruel, and had no intention of ever stopping. Oh, too compassionate, so she decided to act. The Dying One never whispered his name. I myself decided to sever his thread. Jai, I told you it would end like this, but why should anyone listen to this little old and shy? Cassia, her colors have changed. The scarlet and the gold are drowning in the rage of muddled crimson, the misty blue of sorrow, and the impenetrable green of doubt. These shades are all in conflict, melding together in a frantic tapestry. Erlit, you walked a narrow, dark path across a yawning abyss. It is a small wonder that you stumbled. This soul, already mangled by bloody and frightening service, has fractured for the soul. Can it still be saved? Erlit fell silent, leaving her own question unanswered. Soulmourn, she was never sane to begin with. Judging lunatics is a thankless duty. The more important thing to address is that her cult is guilty of having drilled the notion of chosenness into her head, and the whole sect must answer for this incident. Possibly. Yeah, what about the prohibition? Matters little, you cannot prevent death from taking it. It simply takes. Okay, if that's how you're going to be. What about the victim's representative? The same Letard served the Voidship and his dynasty for many years. He treated the sick and gained new knowledge as his trade commanded. He saved many, but he himself was not saved. He caused Mrs. Kibellah no grievance. He never offended her, he merely answered the questions regarding his work, whereupon he was attacked. And so he has the right to demand a reckoning. The death of his murderer would be lawful and proportionate retribution. The heartless man did more than heal people. He maimed them too, tortured them, killed them slowly, and observed. Frowning, Kibellah adds, there was another like the Heartless Man, a Xenos from the Dark City who lorded over flesh and oversaw unholy resurrections. They were both touched by the same corruption, that of hubris. Glorious, he treated the sick and he gained knowledge. The masked head jerks up haughtily. The boots of those who walk the path of wisdom leave bloodied footprints. It is a rule that existed long before the esteemed Letard did. Okay, so is he torturing people for research? Who exactly did he torture? Unimportant people, common people, doomed people. The Quizzicator shakes drops of imaginary blood from his hands with disgust. This was the esteemed Letard's way of thinking. Does a doomed leper care whether the disease or the knife is causing him pain? Is a formula for a medicine that would cure distinguished officers not worth the lives of a few dozen commoners turned test subjects? With the knowledge he gained, he invented a multitude of balms, antidotes, and treatment methods that went on to save thousands of lives. Nonchalant disregard for common humanity is worthy of respect. Arguments are sensible. Methods are revolting. Probably be understandable if it's like a last resort kind of thing, and they had no other option. But that was his go-to because they were unimportant, or common, or doomed. Plus his issue whether or not he asked them if they were to be experimented on, or properly compensated them. Yeah, methods were revolting. His methods were efficient. Only one who has never lain upon an operating table would prefer a principal healer to a competent one. Alright, learned enough. Await your verdict. Abandon is within our rights to kill anyone on the ship. Our accuser, on the other hand, are not but dust. Do not touch her, is that clear? Kibellah is not subject to ordinary justice. He serves the Emperor through death, and as such cannot be convicted for a death. Where his clan will be awarded a generous indemnity for the loss to be paid by me. First deserved to die, and I'm not going to punish Kibellah for that murder. As for his practices, they are henceforth banned on this ship. We should probably just the indemnity. Oh yeah, but what about his practices? You kind of need to stop people from unlicensed experimentations. Yeah, don't just be randomly killing people on the ship. Or yes, a single voice cuts through the ensuing silence. That was our captain's will, but the deceased would not call it justice. Neither would his victims. Well, his victims would. Kibellah, I cannot be put on trial. Her words are barely louder than a whisper, but everyone hears them. She raises her head, face deathly pale as if she is asleep with her eyes open. None have the right to judge a spinner of death. And what now? Vizier, only he can judge. Through the Vizier's eyes, though the Vizier's eyes are sewn shut, one can still read the grief that permeates his wrinkled features. He whispers in sorrowful voice, "You have strayed from the thread. You have doomed the tenets of the Bloodspun web to oblivion. What a sorry end. For me, not for you. For I am compelled to usher my apprentice's soul to the other side before it is my time to go." Yeah, why have you come here? To take the one who no longer sees the tenets, to give her to him. She is dangerous. To pacify her forever, such is my duty, and so it must be. Kibellah, mentor, why me? Do you truly think the greatest danger to your flock is me? Her voice trembles with pain. Never gave her permission to harm my servant. What is happening to her? She is not herself. Grant her crimson mercy, let her die. Blame for what happened lies not with Kibellah, but with their entire perverse philosophy. Forces are in order to cull every member of the Bloodspun web. Would that also include Kibellah? Yeah, I never give permission to harm my servant. But if you saw her the way I see her, you would, as she is a tempest. She is woe. You do not want this by your side, Dolmen. Leave me. And apparently she is acting weird. Second Spinner is in the throes of a spiritual ailment that we call doubt. This most terrible ailment, though harmless to layfolk, is deadly to us. For a doubtful spinner will stray from their destined thread and into bloodthirsty madness. Doubt brings them to the dying one before the time. Our service is demanding, it requires clarity and sense of purpose, and that she no longer possesses. Long have I sensed the seeds of anxiety in her, but I hoped her reason would prove stronger and prevail. Alas, now I see the mark of despondence on her. Alas, I know that I am not mistaken. Can we help her? How would one heal the soul of another? She is fighting a losing battle inside her mind, one she has all but lost. We cannot enter her mind, we cannot reach out a hand to her, although, maybe with Erla's help we can. And also the ceremonies we've done with Kibellah before might have been part of it as well. You could. A thread binds the Dolmen and her shadow together. A rare thread. A shared thread. Will that connection be enough for your souls to enter into harmony? Alright, must attempt to save her at the very least. Or that we just kill her. No, she is quite good at combat. I'm also kind of curious about her story goes. The Vizier turns his face towards Kibellah, who seems withdrawn. Her spark snuffed out, he whispers, "I seek a steward of souls, an artisan who will put you both in a sacrist's trance, allowing your minds to become one. You have a chapel full of astropaths and Dolmen. One of them will surely do you that service. See that their guidance is strong, for inside her soul you'll encounter monsters, A doubt-ridden mind is a dangerous place. Okay then. To the astropathic choir we go. So Kibellah's not here anymore, right? No. Oh no, she is right here. Oddly enough. Thought she'd be locked away. No, not now, Dom and Gamma. I must clear my mind.
Elantark? I tr-
Okay, leave a deer behind. Or, no, we could bring her. Why is our level so low? Did they adjust the levels? Could bring Heinrichs with us. Oh no, we had to bring Kibellah with us. Yeah, then once we get them this, then we can go and deal with the genestealer ship. And hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on, let us continue.
In this tapestry of a
So,
world,
I was supposed to just talk to
am the
Zachary.
rogue thread.
Unless another named person appear. Malfunctioning cogitator. Really? These things are back again? Not seeing anything to interact with, though.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
There's a weird graphical bug from the first leftover from the first time we came here. Yeah, can't interact with them. Alright. Nothing to actually interact with. Zachary, as you approach, the choirmaster's blindfold lights up with a bluish glow. Your ladyship seldom comes here without reason. How can I be of service to you today? How are your ghosts wise? The choirmaster looks away, embarrassed. Mistakes of the past no longer haunt me. Not in my dreams or in reality, but I still remember. I remember every single one of them. Alright, well, good, you're doing better. Now that about Kibellah, can you put me in a trance with Kibellah? I need to get inside her mind. A synchronized trance is a complex telepathic practice. Things can go awry unless both participants trust each other and have a strong spiritual connection. However, I can sense that you do. I would be honored to be your guide during the ritual, Lord Captain, but remember, it is easy to get lost in another person's thoughts and the fears of others. Owls, monsters. Alright, let's get this on. Argenta, I will stay in the Chapel Gamma to hold a vigil and prayer. May the Emperor help you return this lost soul to the righteous path. Alright. Nice sport, Argenta. Zachary, may the God Emperor aid you, Lord Captain. Warp shenanigans. Oh, one of these. A shackled mind cannot comprehend the wisdom contained herein. I therefore repeat, he is death. Release your breath with each word. Cleanse your thoughts. He is death. Truth lies in death. Free your soul from the body's cage. Become nothing. He is death. Now that you are that in your heart. Now that your heartbeat is perfect, perfect line and your vision is shrouded in dusk, you have almost reached a state of purity and balance. Heed. No human will see death before the time. That is a delusion of the living. Heed, to which we say, a strong spirit could travel there and make the journey back. Heed the tale of the great Domin Gamma. Descend into the kingdom of the dead to retrieve her shadow. Search our Cross Expanse location volume as its flagship material, the Book of the Dead, the Holy Scripture of the Cult of the Bloodstone Web. What then? He is death. Get on these checks. Oh, it's all Gamma doing the checks. Okay. Birth and death are one. We are snatched from a place of warmth and sent blood covered into an unfamiliar world. Dying is the same. The Domin, too, learned this as she opened her eyes and found herself on the lower decks. Lying in the cold coffin, she beheld her ship drifting through nothingness. the adamantine giant's corpse, a skeleton moaning from the winds of entropy. A tempest of rust was gnawing at its plasteel bones and twisting its veins like cables, while machine oil oozed down its bulkheads like lymph. Had the Domin been alone, she would have lost her way inside the ship's mangled bowels, but a guide reached out a hand to her. The spirit of old Veni Zachary had loyally followed the Domin to the other side. In the labyrinth of the hereafter, the piercing gaze of Veni Zachary discerned the thorny path to the halls of death. The little servants swore to protect his lady. Together, the Domin and Veni made their way up through the malformed frame of the ship. From the cold catacombs of the lower decks, they traveled up into the fires of the ship's crematorium. Tongues of flame licked at them, yet they did not burn. Columns of the dead marched toward them to be turned to ash in the fire, and the Domin and the Veni walked toward the dead in turn. At the great gate of the crematorium, the path was blocked by the executioner, a sentinel made of metal spikes and coiling blades, with roaring flame and pale, bleeding bodies writhing within. Such is a blade that has lost the strength of the tenets, a murderous monster no longer driven by faith, but by dark desires. The Domina saw that a fight was inevitable and awareness, athletics, or lore imperium check. Struck the first blow, aiming for a weak spot. Trusted in her nimbleness and tried to slip past the monster. Banished the monster with a fervent prayer to the Emperor. Yeah, not that much of a believer in the Emperor, despite all things. So, struck their first blow, aiming for a weak spot. The blades and the spikes fell, clanging and turned to rust. For bloodlust weakens a blade, and the Domin has proved as much. And a card of his tarot appeared in the Domin's hand. It was the God Emperor, and the first doubt was dispelled. He is death. Veni Zachary led the Domin out of the hot surface of the crematorium, and they walked past long columns of the dead. Frayed was their tire, their bones scraped against their augmetics and scratched their decrepit flesh. They were moaning sorrowfully, and the sound made memory fade away. The Domin saw that the dead were carrying an ark, and inside the ark was a thing, a lost child cocooned in silk, shedding crimson tears for the unknown. The unliving carried her as a servant would carry their lady, and loudly lamented the fate. Such is a blade mired in broodings over a lost past, a helpless child paralyzed by regret. Lest she sink into the soft rot of the walls and perish the Domin. So, coercion, toughness, and fellowship tests this time. Sternly ordered the apparition to vanish. Pressed onward, pushing the dead away with her strong arms. Fellowship spoke gently to the lost child. Oh wow, coercion is quite high. Much higher than fellowship. Alright, go with coercion then. Even though they're all 100%, so it wouldn't matter. Sternly ordered the apparitions to vanish. The creature wailed and trailed off into the void like a river of rot, for doubt weakens the spirit, and weakness always loses strength. And a card of his tarot appeared in the Domin's hand. It was the star. The second doubt was dispelled. He is death. And the old Veni led the Domin to the upper decks, and the Domin entered into the officers' chambers. A web of veins adorned the walls, entangling the precious trophies, and statues were bound intertwining sinews. And high upon a balcony, the dismembered judge wailed as he attempted to reassemble himself with his pale hands, but his movements merely tightened the tangle of the flesh, turning the chambers into a snare. Such is a blade tangled and trapped in misunderstood teachings. A helpless creature that does not know its place in the world. In order to continue on our journey, the Domin. Okay. Logic our way, demolition our way, or lore warp our way. Really, demolition is quite high. Though the warp lore is highest. So help the judge by returning each of his organs to their proper place. Attack the obstacle of flesh in her path, tearing it apart and destroying it. Or study the tangle of flesh for secret signs that would show her the way. I feel like helping the judge return each of her organs would be better. Yeah, because the other two are just kind of abandoning her. Now, even though the logic is the lowest, I feel like that is a more correct option. Help the judge by returning each of his organs to their proper place. And the judge became whole again and regained his comprehension of the world, for one who is wise can make whole what was broken. And a card of his tarot appeared in the Domin's hand. It was a rogue traitor, and the third doubt was dispelled. He is death. I wonder if I should have considered a bit more of those previous options. The flagship's bridge was draped in skulls and webs, and pale souls of the dead flocked to the foot of the throne upon sat the undying emperor. The protector of mankind, may his praises be innumerable. Starlight shone coldly in the eyes of his skull, and the galaxy rested in his mighty hand. The Domin approached his throne and went down on one knee, offering a prayer to him, greeted him with pride and dignity, spoke brazenly, demanding that he vacate the throne belonging to the Domin. Pride and dignity. The undying emperor grinned a bony grin and cast a glance at the Domin, and at that moment something died forever inside the Domin, for the price of arrogant pride is the face of death, always heavy, but worth its weight. Then the Undying One spoke, and these words are to be preserved in your heart as the greatest of prayers, for they sprang from a source that was and is the holiest of all things. I know you, Domin. I know your heart, and the softness that dwells within it. Many who were due to pass on to me remained alive as your heart willed, but I am not angered, for they will pass on to me in the end. The Undying Emperor, may his praises be innumerable, said no more, and it was the Domin's turn to speak. And speak the Domin did, saying that she had come to find her shadow and rescue her. The skeletal fingers stirred, and the Domin's shadow loomed out of the darkness beside her. Besides his throne. She is bound in black chains and asleep. The Undying One was silent. Now was the time to offer a payment, as death would give nothing away without payment in return, and the Domin's promised the Undying One. Oh, iconoclast. Nothing, for everything in the world is nothing, and the Undying One himself is Lord of nothing. No, being philosophical. Herself and her soul, the life of any calling themselves an enemy of the Undying One, that she would honor him with a sacrifice of myriad lives, are heretical, to spare him from ruthless execution if he surrendered the Domin's shadow at once. Yeah, let's go with the iconoclast one. Oh hey, iconoclast 20. Those words were true, for everything is indeed nothing, and the Undying Emperor is Lord of nothing. For all things live only to turn to dust in death. Domin's wisdom pleased the Undying One. Almost feels like the Dustman vibes. Maybe it's just a talk of dust and death. Then the Undying Emperor leant over the Domin and drove a skeletal finger right into her heart, and he pulled at the scarlet thread of her soul, and the thread trembled, stretched to the limit. It was then that the revelation came to Domin. A life must be paid for a life, and a name was revealed to her. Naki Erebus. That was the life of the Undying One demanded as payment, and the Domin. Who is that? Should we really be agreeing to kill someone? And were they someone we encountered before? I wonder if we can refuse to pay the price or if there's going to be no choice. Refuse? I think we at least saved right before this. The light in the Dying One's eyes faded out, and returned to his throne and sat down upon it, for he had nothing to say to one unwilling to repay Death's benevolence and the Domin. Okay, so if we do want to complete this, we do have to go through with the bargain. Yeah, it feels like if we don't, it'll just end in her death. Alright then. An oath of blood was sworn, and the chains fell from the Domin's shadow. Yet she remained silent and motionless, for she saw no sense in leaving the halls of death, to which the Domin told her. Oh, okay, so first option would just automatically agree with it. Alright then. Told her that her duty to the Undying One and the Domin had not yet been fulfilled. That in beholding death as one of the living, she had received a gift of unparalleled greatness. Or that the congregation has suffered without her protection and the Undying One's mercy. Probably 3? Yeah, I've been trying not to bind her too much to things. Yeah, first one would be binding her too much. Beholding death as one living, she had received a gift of unparalleled greatness. Yeah, and then this one just feels odd. Congregation was suffering without her protection and the Undying One's mercy. Yeah, this one also binds her, but in a different way. As being needed, while this one as her still owing. I guess feeling needed would be better then. Although her duty to everything. Yeah, let's just go with 3. And there was clarity in the shadow's soul, and her eyes opened, her doubt was banished, and she glimpsed her truth in Our Lady's words. Preserve the defenses from heinous designs would give her strength, eradicating the ruiners of souls would give her purpose. The shadow would warp the Bloodspawn's web through threads around the ship, and thus be redeemed of her flaws. He is death. The Domin and her shadow left the bridge of the Undying Emperor. May his praises be innumerable, and their path was strewn with his tarot cards. Among them, the Domin saw the card of the Executioner, who carries out sentences and brings a violent end to that which he did not begin. Among them, Domin saw the card of the Judge, who weighs and separates guilt from innocence and passes his verdict. And they descended into the lower bays, lay down in a stone coffin and closed their eyes. The Domin heard the Undying Emperor's voice promising they would meet again, and soon. And thereupon the journey ended, and so it was that the Domin, having seen death before her due time, traveled there and back to bring us these tidings and wisdom. Be free of doubt as you walk along the threads of the Bloodspawn web, for those threads lead to him. As does all existences, he is death. Kibellah, as the shock of another mind's jumbled thoughts stops constricting your throat, you find yourself staring at Kibellah's pale face. It has settled into a strange expression. Domin Gamma spoke to the Emperor. Look at the choir master. Are you well, Kibellah? Do you remember what happened? How we met? Death. Spoke to the Emperor. Look at the choir master. Yeah. Zachary, that was not the Emperor, Lord Captain. It was merely Mistress Kibellah's vision of him, a figment born out of her imagination. Alas, none among my fellows are powerful enough to bring you the voice of the protector of mankind. Bit of a shame. Though it does make sense. Alright, choir master. Breathing heavily, the choir master covers his face and whispers, "It is over, Lord Captain. We are in the world of flesh again." Was he there the whole time? Apparently so. Now then, are you well, Kibellah? Do you remember what happened? How we met? Death. I remember stumbling. I remember my doubt in the truth of the tenets throwing me off my feet. I remember deciding to kill, and not because I had heard his whisper, because I deemed it to be right. Death whispered my name, or a spinner without a thread, is like a sky without stars. They would drown in their own soul's darkness. But you have reminded me of who I am, and that my shameful weakness must be extinguished. She looks away. This Naki Erebus is the payment of the Undying One's demands, the price of redemption, the price of freedom. Who is this person? Where are they from? I do not know. Help me find them, Domin. The factotum oversees archives that contain many names. Let him find the one that death has spoken, and I will pay the price that was set. For I know, I feel with all my essence, the death of Naki Erebus is the key, the answer to my question. If you'll say so. Alright, so that seems that is not for this part.
in my wake.
So, yeah, we can deal with that later. Let's first deal with the genestealers. Assuming that there's going to be a fight. Yeah, that ship might be abandoned. Janris, where are you? Factotum. He greets you with a cool smile, as usual. You must locate someone named Naki Erebus. Find whatever information you can. Erebus, the clan name is familiar. If I may ask your leadership to give me a little time, your flagship's archives being as vast as they are, I will spare no effort in finding Naki Erebus as soon as possible. Oh, 15 minutes, quite quick. The factotum pokes a triumphant finger at the data slate. I found them, your ladyship. The Erebus family are a lesser Voidborn clan, serving the boarding teams for many generations, spilling blood in names of the dynasty. In the service of her ladyship Theodora, Erebus has displayed impeccable heroism on several occasions. Unfortunately, the clan was all but wiped out 2 decades ago during a confrontation with enemies of humanity for their valor and sacrifice. Lady Theodora granted surviving members of the clan noble estate privileges and the right to settle on the capital world. Interesting. Is it common for the Voidborn to settle on a planet? Gravity is merciless to the Voidborn, but that does not mean they are incapable of adapting. Living on the capital world is a reward worth putting in the effort for. Yeah, it'll take time, but eventually they would become normalized to it. And what about Naki? The name Naki appears in reports, at least a dozen different women for it over several centuries, but there's no data on any living person with that name. The head of the Erebus family will likely have more information about the past 2 decades of their clan's history on Dragonus. Okay, back to Dragonus we go eventually. For now, we can move on, see how Kibellah is doing.
Take heed, Nemo. Maybe.
Nope. Oh, and she's no longer cutting herself. No longer greeting us with a spray of blood. Right, so back to this business. Finger of Sorrow. The hulk of a merchant ship drifts through the void like a gutted corpse. The hull is riddled with gouges from macro cannon's fire. The soot-covered letters on the side spell out a somber name: Finger of Sorrow. Dispatch an expedition to destroy the ship. Might just be safer to destroy it. Scan the ship. The ship is devoid of vital signs. Life support systems have long since failed. Cold, darkness, and silence fill the wreck of the Finger of Sorrow. Yeah, we need to find its origin. Dispatch an expedition. Also, besides the origin, need to find out if anyone else has been boarding it since. A squad of enforcers and tech priests put on their void suits and dock with the ship. The vessel is empty except for the frozen and desiccated corpses of the crew. Some retain human features, but others are easily recognizable as genetic aberrations. They have been dead for centuries. You know, after all these types of events, I wonder how interesting a game would be from the perspective of a crewman. Yeah, from a crewman of a rogue trader vessel. That could be quite good. Anyways, examine the logbook of the bridge. The Finger of Sorrow was a common merchant vessel. Log records its travels along many of the trade routes of the Calexis sector. The last entry states that the ship departed from Port Wander on the border between the Coronis Expanse and the Calexis sector. The tech priest notes that the protocols for undocking from the station were not followed, indicating either a hasty escape or blatant disregard for the covenant of the Omnissiah. Probably the hasty escape. Maybe someone was suspicious or fully aware and were trying to stop them from fleeing. Okay, inspect the cabins. Amulet of the Ravenous Star. Dogmatic Follower. In the first round of combat, the wearer's movement is doubled. Only the first round. Many of the cabins have become tombs for the bodies of the crew. They asphyxiated when the ship's life support systems failed. One of the enforcers notices a cache marked with the symbol of the fanged serpent with a sharp tail and 3 clawed limbs. The cache contains an amulet and a miraculously preserved diary. Okay, about the diary then. The diary was kept by one of the missionaries of the genestealer cult. According to entries, this cult secretly spread throughout much of the Calexis sector. Although the author does not mention any specific infected worlds, he recalls with reverence the promised land, the cradle of faith, salty as the tears of righteous martyrs. The author's branch of the cult had settled on Port Wander Station, last threshold between the Calexis sector and the Coronis Expanse. Okay, the Calexis sector sounds pretty doomed. I wonder what the proper lore of that is now. The cult grew and gained followers among the workers and the poor, and even managed to infiltrate powerful trade guilds. However, the plans fell apart when the genestealer's kiss was granted to an unworthy candidate. The oversight led to discovery of the cult and a bloody purge. Oh, okay, maybe not that doomed. The author of the diary recalls with horror and sorrow how many of the pure-blood children of the Star Savior perished in the massacre. The story ends by chronicling the escape of a small group of heretics who managed to save 3 purebreds and steal a merchant ship under heavy fire from the station. Okay, so that's why it was 3 phalanges. Yeah, but how do you get then those purebreds? Were they able to make new ones since then? They narrowly navigated the maw, but the ship's damage was too severe. The 3 phalanges of the Fingers of Sorrow, the purebloods of Star Children, fell into a long sleep and became dormant. Meanwhile, the cultists humble watch the ship's life support systems fade away one after another. In their last lines, the author welcomes death in the name of the many-armed emperor with solemnity and elation. Yeah, so far it is looking like this whole three phalanges genestealer infestation may have been dealt with. What about the hold? The hold is empty apart from a few open containers. However, careful examination points to 3 open service hatches that bear claw marks. Venturing deeper into the service tunnels, the forcers find 3 empty nests with chunks of purple chitin and dried traces of dark slime that's eaten through metal panels. There can be no doubt that genestealers once lurked here. Alright, so all we have to do is just destroy the ship. The enforcers plant melted charges at key points in the vessel, and the explosion rips the Finger of Sorrow to pieces that are obliterated by strikes from the macro cannons. Okay, infestation done. So onwards to Darkonis. Although, before we get to that world... Yeah, but that item from the Orcelio lady. Is there a short way to it? Not really. Well, on the plus side, once we get done, we can have a quick path over to Euphrates. Okay, another event. Oh, Cassia's turn. Gamma, how wonderful it is that I found you here. Uncontrollable anxiety washes over your body, causing you to lose your breath. Cassia notices this, her eyes close, and you are released from the grip of emotions that are not your own. Please forgive me. My powers are sometimes too insistent in their attempts to break free from my control. At least she is more aware of things now. You have made great strides in learning how to keep them at bay. Commend your perseverance. Your efforts are lacking. I suggest you try harder, because my patience is bound to run out eventually. Was there something you wished to tell me? No, yeah, she is making great strides. I came to deliver good tidings. I have spoken with the house's navigators through the Atlas. Of late, I can feel with increasing clarity how our connection is growing stronger. Despite the descent in its midst, House Orcelio has been able to keep a precarious equilibrium. Thanks in part to your unexpected arrival on Urak 5 and the resolution of the conflict of the Darkonis reception. Not all Orcelios concur with your decision, but none can deny the impact that you and no one else have had on the house's present state of affairs. She nods gratefully, lowers her gaze, and clasps her hands together. There is more I wish to tell you. It is about the visions that I have come to experience at an increasing rate during warp jumps. The same visions come to me again and again and again. It is as if I am going mad, for you see, these visions are about me, the Atlas, and Tisiphone Orcelio, the house's previous novator. I have seen Tisiphone's experiments, the ones that involved the navigators from the Cethela branch, which she was rumored to have destroyed for disobedience. But the visions told me an altogether different story, one where the Cethelas helped Tisiphone create the Atlas, and they vanished immediately after the experiments were done with. Perhaps I can No, I know I can find the way to the Palace of the Atlas if I recreate Tiffany's journey from my visions. A real palace, not the psychophysical illusion to which the Roselio navigators can reach out. I've always had a feeling that it truly exists in our world. Now, however, I know it with absolute certainty. I have been informed that House Roselio will soon convene its Grand Council. Would it not be better to wait for it to finish first? What makes you sure that you will find the way to this physical manifestation of that atlas? What else do the visions tell you? Has the warp twisted your mind? How can you trust the visions of such dubious origin? Probably no time to wait, but first, what else did the visions tell you? I saw Tiffany experience an epiphany in a dream. Just like my visions came to me on our travels through the warp, she beheld a planet hidden behind rolling warp storms. The world promised her great power, so Tiffany gathered the Sethless, her most devout followers, to go on a suicidal journey through the tempest. I know not the details of what happened on that planet, but it was there that the Settlers sacrificed themselves for an experiment of some kind, and it was there that House Roselio obtained its Starway Atlas. For the first time ever, I have an opportunity to find answers to the questions my mentors so definitely avoided. Why did Tiffany choose me? What is the Atlas? Is it true that House Roselio past is drenched in blood? Please, Gamma, do not snap in this tautly drawn string of destiny. My destiny, journey with me into Tiffany's wake to the distant stars. And why, pray tell, should I go on the suicidal escapade to throne knows where? I've been informed that House Roselio will soon convene its Grand Council. Would it not be better to wait? Should help, or had enough of these navigator troubles? No, yeah, we'll help. Cassia breathes a sigh of relief. The look in her ruby eyes quickly darkened again. The house is still watching me. Both the renegades and the loyalists. I doubt that any of them will agree even to a brief armistice for the sake of learning the truth about the Atlas origins, and I do not wish to see House Roselio lose even one more life to another fratricidal skirmish. No, I shall go after the answers about our past on my own. If you wish to show the house your strength and undauntable spirit, invite the renegades to be the first to touch the secrets of the Atlas they loathe us so much. We are standing on the cusp of great discovery for all of House Roselio. Inviting the regent seems like the sensible thing to do. Then it is best to go alone. We know that the lady wants freedom or Cassie's death. Maybe if we invite them along, we can work out the freedom part without dealing with the rest. You're asking me to cast my lot with renegades and murderers? Cassia frowns and can feel her unease as if it were your own. Only 3 intense suicidal expeditions meet with success, and only the followers have undying loyalty to the leadership. Of those with divided crew, however, none survive. I shall stay by your side and let no harm come to you. Let's just go out alone. But would there be value in going at it alone? Yeah, picking one side over the other could potentially escalate things. Yeah, so that part is of concern. Yeah, sure, persuade. Trust me, I shall stay by your side and let no harm come to you. If I were to turn my enemies into allies, it would help House Orselio heal its wounds. Some of them, at least. Oh, plus, it may help them stop considering her as a monster or the same type as Tiffany. Cassia tiredly rubs her breastplate where it conceals the Alice. Let it be as you say, rogue trader. I will pass on the invitation to the renegade renegade's leader. But even if the head of the rebellion agrees to this, they will never join the expedition in person. After the events of Dragonis, all of House Orselio trembles before you, and I doubt the traitors are eager to take unnecessary risks. And now permit me to take my leave. I must start preparing for the journey. From what I have been able to glean, we must first travel to the ruby red eyes widened in astonishment. The Orselio prophecy system. Odd that. No, that makes perfect sense. Orselio business being concluded in a place called Orselio. Could it be that the historical records are lying? The Kalin Orselio is not whom the star system is named after. Either way, that was the system from which Tiffany embarked on her journey, and we are going to follow in her long-forgotten footsteps. Okay then. So, the companion quest, Alfar and yeah, Pascal are left. Oh, and Argenta. And then might have some stuff to resolve with Erlit and Kibellah though. Did we just never resolve this auger nominally? Not super important. Plus, I don't quite want to go here in case it triggers a battle. Yeah, that's Dragonis. Mundus. Okay. Yeah, we have to go from Orselio down here. We gotta continue our way north. We'll head up to first the stars of Martinez. Grab whatever's here. Although if it does end up being a trap, I'm gonna be quite annoyed that we invited the rebels. Okay, that was a bit odd. Alright, flamethrower them. No, lost holy gifts. Need to be careful of that. So, where is the world? Okay, for some reason we can't interact with that world. Lethus. Oh right, Lethus was the the storage world for the tithe. But yeah, I thought we were supposed to head over to Martinius. Maybe not then. Yeah, the dialogue is long past that. And nothing popped up in the rumors. Maybe it was something we already looted. Alright then, back to Dragonis then. The command bridge received an alarming vox message from the quartermaster. Some of the provisions and drink water have gone bad and continue to worsen, teeming with fat gray maggots. Okay, make sure the contamination is not a mere illusion. At first glance, the provisions are hopelessly ruined by scabs and disgusting larvae, but looking away makes the squirming filth vanish into thin air. Yet another deception of the warp, thought the Lord Captain. Proved right when the vessel arrived in real space. Oh, those crazy warp demons playing their tricks. Oh, and apparently we can build all of them. So, what should we build? Radical drug, which we don't really use. Though good profit factor. Complacency up. Oh, these are the right two. Okay, so the last of the structures we can build. I guess build them all. Don't really need it, but whatever. Oh yeah, pretty much done with this. Anyways, this is for Kibellah's quest. Hey, Sarnik. Yeah, leave Amlar behind. Gonna bring Pascal. Just in case. It is going fine. Just taking care of a whole bunch of companion quests that decide to pop up right after that whole last quest. So, yeah, basically sidetracked from the main quest. Right, so where's the person we're supposed to kill? Here are city merchants, Clementia. Not seeing anything new with that. Alright, there's somewhere in the palace. Okay, generic people. In the office? No. Right off to the side somewhere. No, maybe Clementia will summon them. Your ladyship, I have been told that you summoned the Erebus family to your court. The subjects in question, along with their 4 offspring, have already arrived at the palace. They will attend the reception honoring your return to the capital world. Alright, so this is how we do this. Announce that the reception is starting. I'm ready to receive the Erebus family. As you wish. Alright, just keep them the same. Your ladyship, allow me to introduce the next guest, protectors of Dragonus from the void between the stars. Randor and Shoni of House Erebus, along with their heirs, Matisse, Lorna, Rono, and Lumi Erebus. Glory to the dynasty. Officers Randor and Shoni Erebus both make the sign of the Aquila, reverent expressions on their battle-scarred faces. Beside them are their children, raised to the love of the God Emperor. They are mild-mannered but fascinated by their new surroundings. Judging by the uniforms, the 2 eldest children are already members of the Dragonus' planetary guard. Well, gonna be a shame if we have to kill one of them. Randor, your ladyship, it is a great honor of House Erebus to be invited to your palace. There's a glimpse of distinct anxiety in Randor's eyes. Why so anxious? Oh, Voidborn's Pride. Whenever the warrior kills an enemy, the meta K increases by 20 until the end of combat, and it stacks. Not overly useful. Would be useful if we were doing more healing. But yeah, we do tend to die too quickly to make use of heals usually. Otherwise, the psycho healing can usually take care of things. Shoni touches her husband's palm ever so slightly, gives him a reassuring nod, then addresses you. As a token of our greatest reverence for the Von Valances dynasty, allow me to present you with a modest family relic of the Erebus clan. May it serve you faithfully. Okay, so small talk. Are you finding the reception to your liking? How is House Erebus faring under Gonus? Randor, we are delighted by the favor shown to us, your ladyship. Life in the capital is much calmer and slower compared to this ship, and I've almost gotten used to the gravity. Good for him. The prosthetic supporting Randor's spine creaks under his clothes as he attempts an awkward bow. Kibellah, she whispers, just barely audible. A crowd, the domain's attention, and this being the first visit to the palace. They are nervous. You must give these people time. Let them get accustomed to the surroundings and to your presence. Let them wander around the halls and taste the food. We will talk to each one individually. Shoni, as the Erebus parents notice a bloodspun web cultist at your side, they exchange glances. An almost imperceptible tension hangs in the air. Are they aware or are they just nervous? So how are you finding the reception? It is beyond all our expectations. We could not have dreamt of something like this. To be honest, even just permission to settle under Gonus and continue our service on the dynasty's capital world was a most gracious gesture on Lady Theodora's part. We did not expect any further attention. Shoni smiles gently, but her fingers are fidgeting with their heirloom pendant. Yes, they are indeed very nervous. Okay, let us enjoy the evening and join the guests. We will talk later. Randor, of course, your ladyship. We are available for you at any time. Alright, another party with Kibellah.
Yes, they all will see.
Okay, there are the 3 kids. What about the parents? Matisse, Shoni, and Randor over there. Oh, okay, the other 4 kids. So why are you all by yourself? Okay, you're there talking to the other officers. These 3 are by the paperwork for some reason. Then Randor and Shoni are by the food. Okay, nothing too odd about that. Alright, Matisse. Your ladyship, a Senior Lieutenant Matisse Erebus at your service. The tall, dark-haired young man enunciates sharply as he salutes you with great fervor. Breathless from his own audacity, he blurts out, I hope I don't sound too bold if I say I've always dreamt of serving on your flagship. Would it be too much for a modest servant of the dynasty to hope that Lord Captain might graciously make him part of her crew? Well, he's feeling that way now, but it'll probably change later once someone dies. Kibellah. She soundlessly appears at your side. Her face is reflected in Matiss's dark eyes. As their gazes meet, They both freeze in astonishment and lower their heads. Oh, interesting. Did they know each other? Failed that. Matis looks away first. Pardon my tactlessness, mistress. He clears his throat. I have the strangest feeling that we have met before. Kibellah takes her time to reply. You were born on a world and absorbed a hive scent. I would remember someone who smelled like that. I do not know you. You say that, but your expression earlier was a bit different. Do you believe yourself fit to serve on the flagship? I appreciate your fervor, but my ship has no shortage of skillful warriors. Well, he does kind of have to prove himself first, not just ask. So yeah, do you believe yourself fit to serve on the flagship? I have served dutifully in the planetary forces, your ladyship. Governor Drivesome even awarded me a medal for defending the southern hive against the Xenos. I may have been born on a gravity-bound world, but my heart belongs to the void. So you say. So your reasons are your unflinching courage and your love for the stars. I appreciate your fervor, but my ship has no shortage of skilled warriors again. So yeah, unflinching courage. There is another reason, your ladyship, but I'm afraid you will find it laughable. You see, I've always known my destiny awaits me on the flagship. Because ever since I was a child, I have had the same dream over and over. A dark-haired young woman walking barefoot along the decks, and me following in her footsteps. I would run, but could never catch up to her. My father told me he felt something of the sort when he met my mother. I believe my future awaits me there. Oh, so he's talking about Kibellah? Very well, I'll accept you into my service. I appreciate your fervor, but my ship has no shortage of skillful warriors. I mean, may as well. A lot of people did die during that whole genestealer rebellion. Yeah, sure, why not? This is truly an honor for me, Lord Captain. I will not let you down. Glory to House von Valancius. Kibellah, let us go, she whispered softly. I have heard and seen all I needed to. Right, I don't know how he's going to feel about this later. All sorts of nonsense goes on that ship. I may as well talk to the others since we're already here.
Amidst the madness.
Rono, you're pressing down too hard on your quill, Lumi. Look how thick your lines are, and the ink hasn't dried. Mother will be livid when she sees the stain on my cuff. Lumi, why don't you watch what you're doing instead of lecturing me again? How many times has Master Rogbard said, apply the base colors first, then the darker shades? The Erebus children are leaning over a sheet of parchment, arguing passionately. A small, finely made box next to them contains quills and a few bottles of ink. Kibellah. Her shadow hangs over the younger Erebuses. Her unblinking gaze carefully studies the unfinished drawing and glows gloomier still. Yeah, that's a bit of a tough check. Yeah, not getting checks from the rest of the retinues. Lorna, your ladyship, we are honored to be at the Von Valence's palace. I am Lorna Erebus. A pale young woman, slightly shorter than Kibellah, smooths a lock of her dark hair nervously as she stands between her younger siblings and the spinner. Okay, well, try to pass this. Nope, failed. Parchment is an unfinished family portrait showing the Erebus's parents and their 4 children. The young artist's skill is impressive. Our family was once renowned for the courage, but Darkonos has no need for boarding teams, so our parents enrolled Rono and Lumi in the scriptorium to study religious paintings. Good for them. A scrap of parchment must be incredibly special. I see no other reason for your brother and sister to be ignoring the rogue trader. Lorna grabs her younger sibling's collar and makes them bow, looking guilty. Well, my apologies, your ladyship. I am to blame. Lumi and Rono tend to get far too engrossed in the work, but I will see to it that they do not forget the manners again. Glory to the Von Valence's Protectorate, as always. And the rogue trader, ruler of 1,000 stars. Okay, nothing much from that then. Kibellah casts a final glance at the portrait and quietly walks away. Oh, is this going to be her family? Yeah, and then the person we were told to kill was her original name. Is that how it's going to go?
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Right, now these people? Why do they look like they're fighting? Okay, Shoni, your ladyship, allow us to thank you once again for this honor. Though we left the flagship a long time ago, it is a pleasure to be in the presence of a Lord Captain again. She looks at you with a pensive, unblinking gaze, her eyes darker than the night sky. Rendor, we realize that your attention to House Erebus was brought on by some manner of circumstances. Please, let us know how we can be of service to you, and we will do what you require. Okay, nice, getting right to the point. Kibellah, a keen observation. Render's eyes meet Kibellah's as she speaks, but he is not intimidated. On the contrary, the corner of his mouth curves upward slightly, and he gives a respectful nod. Tell me about the family. Do you remember Theodora? Enjoy the evenings. Yeah, tell me about the family. Sadly, we are but a shadow of what was once a much more numerous clan. Most of our kinspeople fell in combat, while we believe the Erebus's last battle is yet to be fought. We raise cohorts of successors, we teach new recruits, and our own children, the ins and outs of void service before they even set foot on board. The new generation are learning to serve in their own way. Shoni, our eldest son, Metis, is on the planetary guard, so is Lorna, our eldest daughter, though she has devoted herself to medicine, and to my great surprise and elation, our younger children, Rono, and Lumi, have found their vocation in serving the God Emperor and the Ecclesiarchy. Okay, do you remember Theodora well? I won't lie, your ladyship, we never saw her in person. We did not have the rank. Even our favor was bestowed upon us in the form of a document penned and delivered by a scribe. But we remember her orders, and they were reflective of all the courage and fervor of a true rogue trader. Very nice, especially considering how much of a traitor she actually is. Oh yeah, about Matisse. From this point forward, he is serving on my ship. He is a part of the Erebus family, its blood, its essence. We are delighted for him to serve you as we used to serve Lady Theodora. Alright, not much opposition to that. Now then, back to business. Looking for Naki Erebus. The ship's archives mention several of your ancestors, but the one I need is a living person. The couples exchange glances again. Our clan has a tradition. We name our children in honor of our past heroes, Atis and Naki Erebus, the twin founders of our family, a great warrior and a keeper of knowledge. Shoni, legend had it that a great future awaited bearers of those names. Every Matis or Naki Erebus would add to the clan's renown, and they would prove faithful assistance to any Lord Captain they served. But the legends are just that, legends. It is not names that give people strength, but the faith inside their hearts. And you say that. Is there currently anyone named Naki in your household, and your son bears a name? No, yeah, stick to business. No, no one has borne that name in many years now. Alright. Your son bears the name Matis, though. Randor. He laughs. What can I say? I've always wanted to raise a great person. Then why did you name your daughter Lorna and not Naki? Did you not want her to become great? I didn't. Kibellah, they did name a daughter Naki. Kibellah's words hang heavy in the air. Shoni. She nods slowly in response, a sad smile upon her lips. We did, but the Emperor took her from us, the Undying Emperor. The Undying Emperor, you were followers of the Bloodspun Web. No, your ladyship, Randor and I, we have always been a stalwart in our faith, and we revered the Spinner's service, but the sacred path was too dark and frightening for us. We may not have understood the deeds of the Bloodspun Web, but we never doubted that the Spinners carried out his will, for they gave their all to their duty. It is a heavy duty, but a true duty always is. Kibellah, enough. Her cold, raspy voice sends a shiver down your spine. Okay, so that is turned out to be the case. Kibellah's cry brings the Erebus family back together. 6 alarmed faces, 6 people standing shoulder to shoulder, like a fortress wall, and one lone, grim figure opposite them. The shadow peers into their dark eyes, the same as her own, their pale lips the same as her own. She clenches her fists, ignoring the steel claws that pierce her palms. Kibellah, enough. I know who Naki is. Her blinking eyes turn to you. And so do I. Shoni, Naki. She looks at Kibellah with a scarcely concealed fear, but her husband notices her reaction and shakes his head in warning. Matis, no, he screams. How could you keep something like that to yourselves? How could you? How could you? Lorna. She hugs her younger brother and sister, who cast frightened glances at their parents, and the sinister woman with the wry smile. Kibellah, Naki Erebus. She throws her head back, and her laughter resonates through the hall. Naki Erebus is me. So all this time, Matis, your dreams were showing you. Matis, the woman who was destined for me, not the love of my life, but my sister. He shudders and stares intently at Kibellah. I don't know, do you remember me? Kibellah, I remember what I am permitted to remember. Tenets of the web, prayers of the Undying One, the names of poisons and intoxicants, the name the Vizier gave me, but you. No, I do not remember you. I do not know you. Yeah, but your reaction earlier said otherwise. You lied when you said Emperor had taken Naki. You did not lie. You would never have dared. Randor looks over at Kibellah, her dark hair, her scars. Randor, a few years before Lady Theodora sent our clan survivors to Dargonis, the Bloodsworn Web's vizier came to our bay. He said the Emperor demanded the next firstborn of the Erebus clan, that he needed a new spinner. Shoni, 6 months later, we had twins, a boy and a girl, with eyes darker than darkness itself. She smiles tenderly at Kibellah. You were born first, Naki, and with a sorrow and pride we gave the vizier our most precious treasure, for that is how one honors the God Emperor. Difficult but righteous choice, and a devout one. What were you thinking giving your daughter away to the death cultists? Refrain from interfering. Well, it's not like they probably not had much of a choice. Yeah, considering the status of the cult, could have been killed, or could have been declared heretics and then killed. Not really good options for them. So yeah, refrain from interfering. Matisse. So if I had been born a minute earlier, that animated corpse standing before you today would have been me. Rude? Matisse recoils from his parents. But why doesn't she remember anything? Why was she never told? Kibellah, the ritual of releasing the burden. Kibellah steps up to her brother, who is completely like her and yet so thoroughly different. New Bloodspun Web recruits undergo it in order to forget their past and devote themselves to the Undying One, and so that their souls do not suffer. Tell me, Matisse, is your soul in pain? Matisse, it only hurts because I never knew you all these years. Kibellah, she turns to you sharply. We are here to settle our debt to the Undying One. We now have the name, the person, and the explanation. I know what must be done. So why do I feel pain from an unseen wound in my heart? Why am I, for the first time in my life, hesitant to sever a thread? All this time I have been wandering in the labyrinth of my mind, but the answer never came to me. What must I do, Domin? How do I end Naki Erebus? Naki is of the past. When those who remember her die, she will die too. Yeah, probably don't kill them. Reckon with the past by spilling the blood of those who betrayed you. Do they still hold Naki in their hearts and tear them out? That was like another just kill them all? Cannot kill your past, you can destroy the people who are connected to it. But are you truly prepared to murder innocent people just to cut yourself free? That feels like that might cause some contradictions for her. I do not kill on others' orders, neither should you kill. Maybe? You're Naki Erebus, the Emperor's will is clear. Kill herself, wow. Choice is yours and yours alone. You are the Undying One's spinner. Yeah, I really don't feel like there are any good choices for this. Yeah, probably one of these last three. Yeah, 6 does give her the choice. 5, I mean, she's no longer Naki though, so not sure how that's going to go. or don't kill others. I guess we could let her have her choice. Hopefully it's saved before this. Kibellah flinches, goes even paler, and then her eyes widen. She clutches her chest with a pain rasp and collapses to the floor like a broken doll. Oh. She dead. Kibellah's lifeless body convulses in death throes. You cannot feel her heartbeat. Nervous family surrounds her, panic and fear crossing their faces for only a brief moment before the rigorous voiceman training takes over. Shoni leans over and puts an ear to her daughter's unmoving chest. Her heart isn't beating, I must restart it. Step back, she lays her palms on Kibellah's breast bones and pushes. Once, twice, thrice, 10 times, 30 times. Oh, and she is resuscitated. I mean, kind of works. I mean, she did technically die. Kibellah, a heavy, raspy sigh escapes from her chest. You still have the dexterity of your former profession. Lean forward, are you alright? Let the Erebus family's reunion proceed undisturbed. Glad you survived. Okay then. Yeah, just go from top to bottom, I guess. Salve your dexterity from your former profession. Thank you, your ladyship. Some things are never forgotten. So, Kibellah, how are you doing? Oh, are any of them going to end it though? Feel like it. No, maybe not. Yeah, are you alright? Naki Erebus is dead, only Kibellah remains. So yeah, I guess that is one way to work things out like this. So what is the meaning of this? I'm glad you survived. In a manner of speaking. Kibellah nods and casts a strange glance at those who, in another life, would have been her family. Naki Erebus is no more. Death's dues are paid. There is one last thing to be done. I could have had a family and a future full of righteous service. A chance for a different life. That was taken from me. Who I would be and how I would serve was decided for me. The report to the vizier. She clenches her fist. The vizier forged me into a weapon and stained it with blood. He named a mark. He gave me a mission. Come, Domin, we must descend to the Temple of Death, where I will report my task and ask the vizier a single question. Why me? Yeah, what about your family? Farewell, Naki. Kibellah. Yeah, farewell, Naki. Farewell. Naki spent all these years missing you, but I will not. Shaken and devastated, the Erebuses can only watch helplessly as Kibellah walks out of the throne room. Alright, well, nobody, well, fully died. Only partially died. So is that part done with? Yeah, back to the temple. And before I do that, hold on, be right back. Alright, so let's continue. Alright, I think this is the quickest way back to the ship. Alright, Kibellah, let's go talk to your boss.
Take heed, Nemo. Our blessed Domin. Come, Domin.
Oh, we're going to the full party. Pascal, I'm going to need you. Yes, lower decks. Might be some broken stuff down there. Although Gamma's skills might be high enough for now. Yeah, probably bring Alvar. Argenta, do we need you? Yeah, it's either gonna be your Cassia. Can bring Solomon for this. Or Abelard. Yeah, I'm gonna leave Cassie behind. Bring Abelard for this. No, let's bring Solomon. We haven't brought him out in a while. Right, so just this area.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
Vizier of the blood-spun web. Vizier whispers a prayer, his masked face turned toward the Undying One's image instead of his usual threadbare clothes. He's wearing elegant armor of bone and dark gold, marked with purity seals. He turns as he hears you approach. Oh, are we gonna fight? Kibellah, I've been hearing your footsteps for a long time, in his whispers. Domin Gamma, Lady of the Ark, it is good that you are here with her. It is right, the Undying One has blessed this union of light and shadow. Greet us, clad in armor, are you preparing for battle? Today is a special day. I have only donned this armor once before, when I was second spinner, and that day I ceased to be second. But I have remembered the weight of this gold on my shoulders and chest through all the years. Kibellah opens her mouth, but the Vizier stops her with a gesture. You will understand, my daughter. You will understand soon. Alright, fight to the death. We have learned how Kibellah came to be part of the Bloodspun Web. We have met her family. Or, Kibellah has been cured of her affliction. Sure, just go from top to bottom. Although, talking about her family probably won't matter since we've kinda already severed those bonds. Yeah, Kibellah has been cured of her affliction. This is true. No longer do I see anguish in her soul. Second spinner. I am ready to receive your report. Have you accomplished the task the Undying One himself set you? Kibellah, yes, Mentor. My mission has been accomplished. The Undying One revealed a name to me, and I found my mark. Naki Erebus died the moment she realized the Undying One wanted her to come to him. Her body was wrested away from death, but that which was once Naki is now dead. Vizier, I grieve for her, and I am proud of you, Second Spinner. Your faith is beyond doubt. A tired sigh escapes the Vizier's chest. A harrowing sacrament, a ruthless ritual. I am relieved that it is nearing the end. Everything has come together just as he revealed to me. Perfection has been sculpted. The affliction I nurtured has been vanquished. The choice has been made. So whence all the sadness, my daughter? The Vizier shakes his head, suddenly looking very human. His shoulders droop, and extends a hand toward Kibellah. Sacrament, are we being dragged into another ritual? What do you mean, the affliction you nurtured? Was it you who doomed Kibellah to her suffering? You snatch her from her family. Do not call her your daughter. What will happen now? Yeah, the sacraments. So, new ritual? A great ritual. Many decades ago, the Undying One revealed through a tarot that what must come to pass, and I heeded. Bloodspun Web's path toward gaining its new vizier was then conceived. A path of discovery, devotion, dying, and resurrection in purity. Kibellah's predecessors stumbled on that path, so did the next one. I waited. I have lived long past my due time. The Undying One has been waiting for me for so long. Alright, new leadership time. What do you mean the affliction you nurtured? Was it you? The Undying One laid the thread, and I served as guide. The meeting with you and your world, Domin, the hunt for Nemesite, her grim and ghastly doppelganger, the comprehension of her flock's pain. My assignment stirred anxiety in my daughter's soul, as they were meant to. You are cruel. Yes, it is difficult to be cruel to someone you love. Have you come to know that, Domin? Kibellah, I forgive you for your cruelty, Mentor. Quite forgiving of you. Snatch her from her family, do not call her your daughter. He did raise her, though he did demand her. I was her family, I raised her and taught her. I gave her everything I had. Did I not, my daughter? You, Kibellah, you were my family mentor. You and the Bloodspun Web. I will not defile myself with a lie. If you say so. So what will happen now? Kibellah will be the new vizier. Her journey to the Undying One and the choice she made will be reflected in the Bloodspun Web's new pattern. As for me, I will go to him as I have long awaited. Kibellah. Confusion and alarm in her face gives way to anger and horror. Her face distorts like a crumbling paper mask as emotions wash over her. Too many emotions for one whose soul has gone dead. I have not yet done all that you expected me to, have I? Vizier, this is correct, my daughter. Can you feel it? The proper way this burden must be passed. Kibellah. Her voice falters. She clenches her teeth, trying to keep herself from bursting into tears. I don't want to kill you. Is a simple transition of power not possible? Why must there be bloodshed? No, feels rather appropriate for the Bloodspun Web. And that which must be done, be done. Kibellah, ye must not commit patricide. Not demand yet another sacrifice from her. Yeah, always with the sacrifices. Such was the undying Emperor's will. Kibellah, still it is unfair. Her face has become a death mask. The Vizier's voice is full of sorrow and humility. Yes, for I am stronger than you, and my high spinners stand with me, those who swore an oath to protect me and not outlive me, and he, too, stands with me. His face will emerge out of mine, and may those you chose when you set out along the threads of the web, your comrades, your domen, may they stand with you. Fight with no regret. A bitter sigh falls from the old man's lips. Farewell, my daughter. Let us honor the Undying One. Kibellah, let us honor him. Oh. And okay, so we fight.
Urge them.
Oh wow, for once Gamma is going first. Then Ulfar, Magenta, Erlet, Kibellah, and then Solomorn. Alright, Mr. Vizier, and decent amount of HP. You would have been very useful against the fight against the Sire. Good dodge, good armor. Evasive pirouette. When targeted with a range attack, this death cultist spends one stack of evasion pirouette, dodging the attack and moving to a random adjacent freeze cell. Alright, so Erlet won't be that good against you. Although Argenta could probably burn all those stacks. Any damage dealt to the Vizier will be avenged by allies still in combat, and what does that mean? Like, do they just get a free attack, or do they get stronger for each time it gets damaged? Inner Prayers, the creature suffers 5% less warp and mental damage for every ally alive. Yeah, so about 10 other people? Yeah, half damage. Probably then have to focus on everyone else. Okay, all melee related, and those are some very good weapons. Both one-handed. As soon as the Vizier reaches 9 stacks of Blood Blessed, this ability allows him to restore all his AP and movement to gain Idol of Blood Rights effect until the end of his turn. And it heals him. Okay. Cooldown 2 turns. %2 for each stack of the Blood Blessed effects. Combat Master, dual weapon combat. Where is the one that gives you dodge? Okay, so you gain 1 stack of the requirement for Indulgent Blood whenever you attack, okay. So whenever you get damage, you can grant an extra turn to a random ally. And then Bloodspun Thread is restored at the start of his turn. And this one. So that's what that means. Okay, so we'll definitely have to focus on everyone else. It's gonna be annoying getting 5 extra turns for all of his for the enemies every single time you try to attack him. Although I could have Irlet focus on him. No, wait, she can't because of his dodge. Never mind. Doesn't look like anything is going to restore it though. Nope, never mind. At the start of combat, and whenever this death cultist ends their turn, they gain agility bonus divided by 2 stacks of evasive pirouette. Alright, so that's just going to build up until, what's the stack amount? 10. Yeah, it's a bonus 7 divided by 2. Maybe they're rounding down, so 3. Yeah, I'm rounding down. It probably won't be too much of an issue if we just have Argenta burn it. As for everyone else... Oh, their HP is in the 700s. You're in the thousands. Oh, okay, so these guys over here. Lowest looks like it's about 350. They also have the dodge. Yeah, not exactly then the best fight for Irlet. Yeah, so they get stronger whenever an ally dies. Plus 5 bonus to weapon skill and agility. And perception for each stack. Right, and then with each bonus for agility, it's going to increase the number of pirouettes they can get. Yeah, so every other ally's death plus 1 to the pirouette. Alright, so 5 more times. Yeah, the bonus is gonna go crazy. Does he have a regeneration ability? Don't think he does. Nothing like the other bosses where they regenerate at 66 and then 30%. Yeah, problem is going to be this one though. Yeah, because with that one is, until we start killing people, it's going to be essentially fighting against 16 people rather than 11 if we try to attack him. So what about these guys? Are they just stronger? Okay, not just stronger, they also have more abilities. Alright, so where can we toss you? Yeah, probably start back here and try to... yeah, get ourselves into a corner. Get our range people in the corner, melee people up front. And again, they're all melee, huh? Glado can be there and block. Main thing that's going to be people running around on this side. They have a lot of movement, don't they? No, only 8, so not too bad. Okay, go in there, stop them from tripping in. Oh, well, you can actually go there. Right, and considering the dodge thing, is it a hundred? Problem is, I don't know if it's 100% dodge or not. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be 100% dodge. Airlet will have quite some troubles. Alright, so everyone moves.
My faith strengthens me.
What if a genius at work? Schemes within schemes.
Alright, everyone buffed. Okay, barely can't do anything to you.
Oh, a wicked thought.
Okay, we'll give the turn to Argenta. Try to kill this guy first.
Let's see. A genius at work.
Very low chance.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is...
What is wrong with you?
Still managed to hit Irrelect.
Doubt is for the weak.
The storm approaches. A wicked thought. What if?
Alright, go and hide.
Shattered foes in my wake.
Harvey will keep you there for now.
Cubs play. See how the wolf succeeds. None can do this better than a warrior of the Oath.
Dodge, I guess.
So it shall be.
Are you still gonna dodge this? Nope.
Cubs play.
And get kicked.
See how
I'm about to turn that on.
succeeds.
Stay vigilant.
A colossal.
Oh, the intricacies of mortality laid bare. I must not falter. Moving out.
Alright, knowing that Erlich died. But I was kind of expecting her not to be that useful during this.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I... This is why I was chosen.
Alright, don't know why you suddenly got a whole lot extra turns.
Follow my lead. Duty prevails. Onward.
Break them morale.
Skitya! My Caramite hide is strong!
Alright, Kibellah, your turn.
I am your blade and shield. I will not die in dishonor. Caught by the well. Trust me. I shall not fail. As the tenets demand. The shadows.
That one's dead. Can I stop you from moving?
I shall not fail.
If only we actually hit you.
As the tenants must. The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains.
Alright, if we try to move, we're just gonna get attacked by him.
Glato, we're undertaking this task.
Can't move there. Can we move here without triggering the attack of opportunity?
Moving into position.
Yes.
Accepted. Understood. I'll take it as a priority. My faith strengthens me. Stay vigilant. Weapon at the ready.
Okay, well, they're ignoring her.
Schemes within schemes within schemes.
Did I turn this on for you? Yes, I did. Okay.
I'll do it.
Well, okay then.
Let's see.
None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father.
Can you do this without hitting Glato?
Wolves reign! So
Barely?
shall
Weird that they're not dodging that one. Though, guess they didn't have their turn yet.
see how the wolf succeeds! Not my hand is thunder! My strike is ruin!
Good. Keep companies down.
Wolves reign. Feel the icy bite.
Okay, don't know what happened with that.
Our foes reek of cowardice. Break their morale. Follow my lead. Follow my lead. Our fallen comrade. Death to the heretic.
Weather the storm! Yeah!
Yeah, it's kind of like problem if Argenta dies.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. Blessed be the hand of the healer.
Okay, good. Good.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Yeah, apparently flamethrowers don't count as range attacks to dodge.
I must not falter.
My faith strengthens me.
Moving
Okay,
out.
just friendly fighting each other.
Stay vigilant.
Yeah, Kibellah really can't move. He has to be very careful about this. Can she jump over here?
Trust me.
Is thunder! My strike is ruin!
A dance of blades and shadows. I shall not fail. Caught by the web. As honor ordained, my blade whispers your name. The shadows will see it done.
At the ready. Yeah.
As honor ordains.
Good, he parried. 8 left. Is Glato down? Yes.
Get up, Glato. I need you by my side. One of us would be enough. Let's test our skills, Glato. It won't take long.
Maybe move a little bit back. Yeah, gonna get attacked by both of them though. Forgot to reset his movements.
The order is clear.
Break them around.
Attachment makes us weak.
Follow
They do
my
that
lead.
again.
Oh, a genius at work. Let's see.
Yeah, we can get rid of you.
What? A wicked thought.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Alright, well, Harvey might be dying again.
Dying one favors you. Accept his gift.
Well, at least we got the heal.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Cops play. I challenge you, Danget.
Oh, this one has a very large AoE. Didn't realize it was that large.
Wolves, we have become the All-Father's worthy instrument. None can do this better. Feel the icy bite of death! Fenris shoulder! So it shall be.
Missed all those shots.
The fame-hungry come.
My faith strengthens me.
Death whispers my name.
Good, she's still alive.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! The pain will subside.
Do you think my body was suffering?
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Alone than with you!
Okay, they're both dead. Getting closer. Yeah, I can't kick him away.
Follow my lead.
Stay vigilant.
Oh, good, we can jump over here.
I shall not fail.
Missed them all.
As the tenets demand. Trust me. The shadows will see it done.
1 minute for where it hurts.
As honor ordains. Though I gave thee my blood and my pain, thou hast ordained that I shall live.
Alright, time to dash away.
Trust me.
Okay, can't do anything more with the Glade Toe for some reason.
Accepted. Arbitrated judges. I'll take it as a priority.
Onward!
I'm amended.
you're still up. Alright, and everyone's up so more not full health.
Schemes within schemes.
This guy shouldn't be too bad.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Strike is a prayer. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
There's 2 left.
A genius at work. Through the smoke and gunfire.
My hand is thunder! My strike is ruin! Cubs play. So shall it be. The wolf is on the hunt. None can do better than a warrior of the Order. Wolves reign! Cubs play! Wolves reign! I will carve runes out of your bones!
Yeah, sure, you go and do that.
None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father. See how the wolf succeeds.
Follow my lead.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Oh, nice. Knocking him over.
My faith strengthens me.
From the ashes, I will rise.
Our existence is so fragile.
Well, that's not nice.
I shall not fail. As honor ordains.
Right. Final guy, and you're gonna be incredibly annoying to deal with.
Trust me. The shadows will see it done.
Okay, where's our Gleto?
What? No.
Nope, apparently not. At least not yet.
A wicked thought.
Wolves reign.
Well, that's a bit odd and really shouldn't be happening. They're standing on overlapping spots.
So it shall be. Cubs play. See how the
Oh, okay, that fixes that.
A genius at work. Schemes within schemes within schemes. What if?
Okay, don't summon any demons.
I hunger for battle. None can do better than a warrior of the All-Father! Wolves reign. So it shall feel the icy bite of death! Cubs fly and become the
Amazing, he has a 100% hit rate on him.
instrument!
And beating up an old man, too, with that.
My hand is thunder! My strike is ruin!
I bring mercy in retribution. I shall not fail. As the tenth, my flame whispers.
Alright, thought that would have failed. Okay, never mind, in phase 2. Good, and they were revived. Huh, interesting. One enemy. The Undying Emperor. Okay, if you say so. Oh, you're big. And your HP is just question marks. Fantastics. Death Oblivion. Undying Emperor uses visions of depth of liturgy, targeting the furthest enemy if there are multiple possible targets. Out of these, he will target the one with the highest percentage of wounds. If there are still multiple targets, one will be selected at random among them. Soul Depletion. The Emperor reduces the damage of the next successful attacks against him by 100%, also dealing a small amount of mental damage to the attacker. Liturgy of Death. The Undying Emperor deals mental damage to the target. Target must pass a willpower resistance test, a -50 penalty, or suffer lethargy for 2 rounds. Target has less than 50% wounds and gains temporary wounds equals to 50% of its maximum. Interesting. Visions of Death. Oh, that is quite a huge radius. Deals mental damage to all enemies in the area and removes all of their stacks of Bloodblessed and Bloodstained. Targets have to pass a willpower resistance test or suffer even more mental damage and fatigue, disturb, or perplexed effect for 3 rounds. Effect is selected randomly. Note that the main target occupies a single cell. The target is not affected by this ability. Okay, so the center is empty, saw that. The Undying Emperor inflicts 1 stack of Fading Soul on each target for each stack of Bloodlust and Bloodstain removed. What is Fading Soul? All characteristics are reduced by 5 and its stacks. Oh. Searing Pyres, which is a wave of fire, which moves towards the target and deals an enormous amount of fire and rending damage to all enemies in its path. Damage is equally divided between all affected targets. Each target suffers 2 stacks of Bloodstained, and then he gains 2 stacks of Bloodblessed. The affected target suffers from burning. The fire will inflict load on it for 1 round, and 2 stacks of Fading Soul. Flames of One Life. Teleports target to a cell adjacent to him, and that he deals fire and rending damage to all enemies within a small radius around the target. Removes all stacks. If the target has more than 90% wounds, it suffers 2 stacks of Fading Soul. Then becomes blinded. Colossal Cleave. Wow. Rending damage to all enemies in a wide area. Becomes shattered if it has Fading Soul. Armor is reduced by 10%. Then Death whispers your name. Oh, if the target has less than 50% wounds, it must pass a toughness resistance test with a -50 penalty or immediately die. Okay, instant death. Unstoppable One can move through enemies. Fantastic. Whenever the Undying Emperor's enemy ends their turn, supernatural powers grants him an extra turn. During every extra turn, he uses a single ability in accordance with the current phase. Aha. I really hope this is a meant to lose fight. Armor cannot be reduced below 50%, and soul depletion. Gains the soul depulsion effect. Yeah, reduces damage to 100% for the next attack. And they are not buffed.
leave footprints scarred.
Alright, very echoey. And you're dead again. Oh, along with Argenta this time.
I am your blade and shield.
Why can you not use Blade Dance? Yeah, where'd they go with the audio? Yes, indeed, you are death.
The shadows will see it done.
Well, looks like you at least suffer from bleeding.
Later, we're undertaking this task. One of us will be enough. Let's test our skills later.
Does not seem to be dodging.
The order is clear. Understood.
Okay, Harvey's dead. Bring him back. Oh, she just stacked the barrels of warp. I should have been paying attention to that.
Accepted. The order is clear.
How far? I don't know what's going on with you.
Death comes in silence. As honor ordains. Trust me. As honor ordains. Trust me.
Okay, randomly summon the demon. Yeah, you go focus on that. And Alpha is still out of it. 0. Wow, I can still kick him. Unfar's doing surprisingly well. And Alfar still lives. Well, giving it our best shot. But yeah, this is probably some mental lose fight. He's doing quite the poor job of killing Ulfar. Usually everyone kills him. There we go. Game over. Oh, it is game over. So that wasn't meant to lose. Huh. Okay then. Maybe there was something we were missing during that fight then. Okay, so is there something that we're supposed to be destroying or what? He needs to run away. Could be an option. But whatever it is, that we'll have to wait for tomorrow. So yeah, let's go ahead and end it here for today. Decent progress. Got access to a whole bunch of new companion missions. And yeah, progressed the Kibellah storyline. And then introduced this whole weird fight, which has been pretty interesting. So yeah, we'll see how this concludes tomorrow, and then get on with Cassia's quest then afterwards. Then afterwards, yeah, I still have to wait for whatever's going on with Arlet to conclude. But I think for her it's mostly dialogue. We completed her stuff mainly on that one planet. Then there's just Pascal and Ulfar. But then yeah, we're done with the companion quest. Though nothing for them has popped up just yet. Maybe it'll pop up later. But yeah. Continue this tomorrow. So that's for tomorrow. Day after as well. Wednesday will then be back to Abiotic Factor. Where yeah, we did open up the next region. However, we're going to be still exploring the Hydra plant. Though we might just go into the next region to see if it turns off the alarm that's currently blaring. But yeah, for the most part, exploration should just be back in the Hydra plant, getting all those places that we haven't explored yet explored. There's yeah, quite a few places we didn't explore there, especially the underwater part. Yeah, so that's for Abiotic Factor, and then Friday we'll be back to Hollow Knight Silk Song. Don't have too many places left in Act 3 left. Yeah, a few parts to revisit. Should be quick, and then we can get on with the main quest in Diving into the Void. So yeah, that's what's coming up. And with nothing else, thank you all for watching. Be sure to follow or subscribe to the channel, depending on where you prefer watching, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube, for notifications when we're online. Otherwise, there's always my social media for updates and notifications. Twitter is at Emery_E, IMRE_E, and Blue Sky at Emery- well, it's the same thing, just different between dash or underscore, depending on where you prefer to go. Otherwise, as always, yeah, if you don't use social media, I do try to stream every day about the same time, between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central. Usually give or take 30 minutes, and regardless of those odd start and end times, towards the middle is a bit more reliable on here. And as I said, I do try to stream every day. So, that being said, once again, thank you all for watching. Thank you to those who happen to stop by the stream live, as well as a thank you to those who may have watching the VOD. Hope you're all reasonably entertained and that you have a good day or night, whichever may happen to be, and that you stop by again next time. But that's thank you and goodbye.